Yellow. Testing. Yeah, I'm gonna assume it's working. Oh, crud. What the? I gotta do it again. I gotta do it again. Why am I hearing my own echo? I gotta do it again. How the chat function works? The heck? Bruh. Dumb. Dock menu? I see. Work now? Testing. Oh, that took a long time. Okay, hopefully fixed everything. Oh my fucking ears. When's Mr. Swan online? Love to get a mention. Hello? Competitive? Did my game just crash? Oh, never mind. 32 wins. Jesus. You know what? Take a chill. Warm up a little.
control.
Oh, compiling shaders. Haven't seen that in a while. Oh, where's the FPS count? Hello? Where's the FPS count, suka? New? Yes, telemetry. Suka.
All hell's about to break loose.
Always. Wait. Oh, FPS up there, okay. Yas, suka, yas.
We cannot be killed.
Alright, let me put my ear.
No. Throw in the flashbang.
What in the world? What is going on? But why is the sound so loud? Holy moly. A master volume's at 100. Holy crap. No wonder my ears felt like they're gonna explode. No, this is way too low.
Counter-terrorists win.
Where's the other audio related things? The heck?
Beautiful.
I have no idea what's going on. Did the game change this much? What in the world?
Guys, I tell you, we kill them all. Yes. Nah.
Oh!
Counter-terrorists win. Come on, let's go. Nope. We are the best. I'm throwing the flashbang.
Oh no. Oh.
Impressive! Setting smoke screen. Time to blow something up.
Can't tell if he's a genius or an idiot. Doesn't even plant the bomb and you expect them to push? But okay. Must be some 2 million IQ play right here.
Cover me while I plant.
Bomb has been planted.
Nerdy.
Perfect.
Counter-terrorists win.
Nice.
Go, go, go. Smoke. Flashbang.
Solid job. Good job. Okay.
Planted. Bomb has been planted. I'm throwing a flashbang.
There's no one here.
Terrorists win.
Perfect. Ooh.
Do 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 do. I have no one in the match.
Yes.
Throwing a flashbang. Grenade out.
Flashbang. Yes. We did it.
Oh, crud.
Counter-terrorists win.
They're just better, bro.
We did it.
Crap. Getting poo-pooed on.
No more talking. Now we fight.
Throwing flashbang.
I'm throwing a grenade.
Crud. Don't even know this anymore. Oof.
I'm throwing a flashbang.
Ooh. Dang, look at that case harden. Dang, homeboy.
Smoke. Activating the bomb. I'm planting the bomb. Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win. You think you can kill us?
Okay. I've seen it all.
Counter-terrorists win. It is time now, my brothers. Flashbang. Throw in the flashbang. Counter-terrorists win.
Darn it.
Now is the time. Flashbang. Throwing flashbang.
Oh, no way I didn't hit that. Oi, getting slaughtered out here.
Valorant Tracker.
Aim training routine CS2 started. This is gonna be kind of like a warm-up slash aim training, just like how to get better with your aim type of video. The difference between warm-up and just aim training is just how much time that you're dedicating towards. Like usually a warm-up, you don't really want to have like a really long warm-up routine.
We will make them regret this day. I'm throwing a flashbang. Flashbang. Throw in smoke. Smoke. Terrorists win. Let's go. I'm throwing flashbang. Throwing fire. Throwing the flashbang. I'm throwing a flashbang.
God dang it.
Terrorists win.
Not like this. Oh! With the peeky peeky.
Counter-terrorists win.
Got hit by the stinky pinky. Right in his cavity, baby.
Grab your gear, let's go.
My first match of not playing in a week. Not turning out successful. Thought I would at least be in the positive, but I see.
Go, go.
If I don't play for a week, I can't even get positive ratings.
Deploying flashbang. Grenade. Bomb has been planted. Laying down smoke. Deploying flashbang.
God dang it. Knife time, baby.
Terrorists win.
I'm bound.
Let's wrap this up, people. Let's go, let's go.
God darn it. Oi!
Throwing flashbang.
Oh, I love the flash play. I love the flash play. Yes, yes, yes. Oh!
Terrorists win. Nice.
Dang, dog. Love him hitting that dig. Big dig, big dig. Sausagey dig.
Move it, move it.
Surprised they're not just going in. But how nobody's going in on our team.
Throwing smoke. Grenade out. Flashbang. Grenade out. Throwing flashbang. Incendiary. Grenade out. Visual on target. Counter-terrorists win. There's no stopping us. That was... Move! Don't think so. Flashbang. Deploying smoke. Throwing a grenade. Deploying flashbang. Fire in the hole. Incendiary. Flashbang. Throwing a grenade.
This man has $7,000 and he's buying a deagle. Oh man, the throw is real.
Flashbang. Throwing flashbang. Fire in the hole. Throwing fire. Grenade. Throwing flashbang. Where's my backup? Need backup. Need support.
Damn, son.
Very nice. Go, go, go. Deploying flashbang. Flashbang. Grenade out. Laying down a smoke. Flashbang. Deploying flashbang. Great work. Grenade out. Bomb has been planted.
God darn it. Man, the Chinese know how to throw hella
Go,
hard.
go. Deploying flashbang. Throwing smoke. Flashbang. Fire in the hole. Throwing grenade out. Throwing flashbang. Incendiary out. Smoke.
God darn it. Whee!
Right on.
Slammed him. Put the Gucci brakes on that boy.
Right on. Let's roll. Roger that.
Flashbang. Using a bomb.
God darn it. Nice try. Oh, so close to a drop though. Got them panties. Return this. icons.
What do we do about the state of the world? Perhaps it always seems like it's falling apart. With the research we do, we discover
especially on land, because you just don't know how much time that you're going to be having. Let's get into my routine. I am a fan of aim trainers. I think it is a very good way to supplement your aim, and it's a very focused way of working on mistakes that you've been doing with your mechanics. You can focus on very specific things. That's why I really like it. It's a very good isolation tool. So for my warm-up, I am still going to be doing my aim trainer routine. So starting off, I like to focus on my flicks and like making sure like my flick speed is good. So that's why this beginning task that you're seeing, I am just trying to very quickly flick to it, making sure that I'm not like having like this slow like mouse movement where I'm just like gliding towards the targets. That's one of the things that I'm always trying to focus on that I'm not doing. And then the second task, microshot speed, another similar type of task where I'm trying to very quickly, as soon as it spawns, I'm clicking right to it. I'm not having like any wasted movements, trying to have as straight lines as possible. Next, we wanted to have something that's more pressure feeling. So going to be, shooting these targets that are increasing in size, and they'll eventually go away if you don't shoot them fast enough. For this one specifically, try to at least focus on not letting any of them disappear. That should be like your first target. Next one, I'm doing this micro task, just working on like these slow moving targets that are microing away. That is just like kind of just working on your micros and trying to be like smooth and clean with those micro adjustments. Next up, we have the MPXY Valorant. So this one is kind of just like working also on like peripheral awareness. So you have to be looking at like the targets like in your peripherals as everything's like going like in all these different directions. Quickly trying to go through the last three. For one wall, two targets auto balance, I really like this one in terms of working on not over flicking. So if you over flick, I think this is a very good task for you. BT Chorus TS flick. This one is more of like a pressure, trying to make sure that you're quickly like switching to the next targets, because they're going like from the right and left to right. And for the last one, it's more of a smoothness scenario. That's pretty much my aim training routine. And for you, it's always going to be different. You can start off with mine, look for a routine if you think that this is going to be helpful for you. I think it's very helpful. I think it saves a lot of time and can make your mechanics a lot better. But make sure that you know what you're kind of looking for, and you can start off with mine if it helps you. Quickly, if you are one of those guys that really likes aim training, make sure that you're not spending most of your time in aim trainers. You should be focusing like 80-90% of your time like in the game, especially like your training techniques. I think that aim training is very good as a supplemental tool, but the main purpose of it is so you're saving time on things that you're trying to focus on. Going into the CS portion of my routine, I usually start off with this map, which is CS stats, and I specifically use this one because it's the one that I can play on LAN. The refrag one is great. The aimbots one is fine. Anything like this is fine. This is just what I use since it is the one that I do end up using on LAN, and all the tournaments have it. I go for like the first 250 kills. I'm just static aiming, static just shooting at the targets. I think that's just like a very good way to start the warm-up, because you don't want to start with something that's too difficult like right off the bat. Afterwards, I usually go into 250 kills again, and this time instead, I'm going to be strafing. So I'll strafe left, and then I'll do bursts. So I'll do strafe burst for like the next 250 kills. And for me, this is like a way to practice like my counter strafes, making sure that I'm feeling good with that. The next 250 kills after that, I like to do taps instead. So I'll do like strafing taps. So kind of like combining like the first and second way that I was playing the first 500 kills. It's very difficult, honestly. For the last 250, since I said before, I usually only play this CS stats or like aimbots equivalent when I am on LAN. I go into just spray transfers. I think that we don't have a lot of options for practicing our sprays when we're on LAN. So we pretty much only have this map. It's not going to be as good since they are just standing still, and spray transfers against targets that aren't really moving is kind of like whatever to me. Whenever you're spray transferring, people are usually going to be moving. And now we're going to be going to the last portion of my routine. This is if I can like have internet, I'm at home, and this is after aim training. I will go into like any of the refrag community hub maps that I really like. I can focus on the things that I want to. I can focus on good sprays, and this is like kind of like the meat of like the training that I do that helps me the most. So showing some of the training things that we have at refrag, of course, me being a co-owner of it. Recently, I've actually been working on my crosshair placement, especially because I think Donk has really good crosshair placement, and I put more of like a focus on that. So I've been playing X-Fire. I think it's actually really nice. It's like a combination of pre-fire and crossfire, if you're already aware what that is. I'm really focusing on like where I am going to be putting my crosshair, kind of just like tracing the walls like as I'm playing. And sometimes the bots are going to be like peeking out at you, so you're not kind of just playing static targets that like you kind of memorize where they are. There's definitely a lot of options that you have, so you're not feeling like, oh, I know exactly like where this bot is, this bot, and this one's going to strafe out here. You have enough variety where you're not going to like try metagaming against that. I've been getting a lot out of it from my crosshair placement, feeling good about it. We also have like a cool little feature at the end where it just shows like all the stats and your counter strafes. I've been trying to have like a goal of getting that from like 90 to 95%. I'm just having that as my personal goal recently, if you're curious. Then next, I love the spray maps. I think that spraying, if you are having any difficulty with like your sprays, play any of the spray maps. I love the Anubis and Ancient one specifically. I think that it's just really fun. And you can see it like in the game like very clearly. If you go into these spray maps and like you go into like your scrims for the day or for the pugs, I can guarantee you're gonna feel better with your spray. And if you're not feeling good with your spray already, if you don't like know the basic recoil patterns, then I would recommend checking out my how to spray video. Still, everything is relevant. You can, play Recoil Master, check out like our spray feature on Refrag. Any of that's going to get you going for like the initial how to spray. But you want to make sure that you're practicing your spray not just on a static wall. Use it on people that are moving. So whether you want to use like DM or you want to use the spray map like me, I personally love just using like these training tools, and it feels really good for me. And for the last one that I mainly play for Blitz, I think it's just a really good like all-arounder. It's just bots kind of just like coming out, they're in static spots. Just a really good mix of everything. I'm going to show you now how to go and find all these little community hub maps that I've been playing.
Hey.
Howdy y'all, welcome back. Thank you so much for being here. Today is an incredible video, years in the making. This is a 100,000 subscriber special, and for this special occasion, we will be looking at over 1,000 of the greatest images of the old world, photographs from before the year 1900. Now, this architecture we'll be looking at is so incredible, and I told you this video was coming, but to celebrate all of you being here and all the accomplishments we've made, I have narrowed down my vast collection of over 50,000 images into this collection of 1,000 that I feel best represents what we can look at as the uniform architecture of our old world. Now, we will see things here that are unique, but the structures, the symbols that we see, the architectural foundations appear to have a lot in common all across the world. When we look through the constructive narratives that have made up our history, one thing that we see in almost every major city is that the foundations of the city were inherited. Now, these specific groups of people will pertain to each narrative, but what we do have is a system, a systematic rewriting of history that appears once these foundations, these cities, are inherited from one group to the next. As we've said before, history is usually written by the winners, but again, plausible deniability is weaved its way into almost every narrative that we've come across. So to look into any of these with a specific notion of learning about the history, we have to take it with a grain of salt. But I feel the best thing we can do when we look at the old world is to look at it in an overarching view. One thing is for sure, the architecture that predates 1900 seems to have this sort of aesthetic value that is not placed on the architecture today, and I will leave it at that. So feel free to mute my audio right now and play your own music for the remainder of this video. We will have over 1,000 images that tie together the old world. This is the realm that we inherited. Whether you believe it or not, these structures were built on the foundations of something earlier. That is the history in every major city. So let's dive into it a little bit further by looking at the photographs. Tell me what stands out to you the most. Save all of these images to your collection. Aside from the architecture, which some may say defines this unified culture of the past, or at least defines the abilities that our past had, that our ancestors had, not saying that they were all completely unified or aware that they were unified, but at the same time, the architecture speaks for itself. But besides the architecture, we also have the technology, which is showcased alongside the architecture, and we will look at technology throughout this video. And something super important to keep in mind here is that all of these photographs, at least the ones that are before the year 1900, and the majority of them are, all of these photographs that are from the 1850s, the 1860s, the 1870s, the 1880s, a lot of these are photographs of certain locations for the first time in history, meaning these are the first photographs ever taken of those locations. And then when we take into consideration everything else that was going on throughout the 1800s, really from 1801 through 1899, we have a lot of history being foretold, meaning that all of these ancient cultures were suddenly being understood, or the history on them, the book was being shut, meaning essentially we had a conclusion, we had a consensus that was made from the scientists of the time that basically told us what the history was. And even today, with new excavations happening in all of these ancient locations, these new excavations and their discoveries still seem to adhere to this narrative that was developed in the 1800s. At the same time, throughout the 1800s, we have the Industrial Revolution. So the technology that we will see alongside these ancient structures really creates quite a dichotomy, and that is one of the main reasons why I wanted to point all of these things out to you. This is what many may consider to be a unified culture, or at least the idea that all of the culture
Let's roll. These fellas are gonna regret waking up this morning. Go, go, go!
Do 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 do.
Grenade out.
Connector.
Throwing flashbang.
Throwing fire!
Laying down smoke.
flashbang. Bomb has been planted. Counter-terrorists win.
That's the way we do it.
We are out of here.
Flashbang. Grenade. Throwing flashbang.
Grenade.
Deploying flashbang.
T-base. Boxes.
Counter-terrorists win. Champion.
Grab your gear. Let's go. Throwing fire. Throwing smoke. Fire in the hole. Throwing a grenade.
1B.
Throwing fire. Throwing smoke.
1B apartment. Bomb middle. Underpass. One mid. Care connector. One more. God damn it, really?
Let's go.
Throwing a grenade. Throwing flashbang. Flashbang.
Bomb mid.
Roger that. Move it. Move it.
Two mid.
Grenade. Throwing flashbang.
Last guy underpass. Coming B. B-apps, B-apps.
We're in the clear, lads. Move it, move it.
Molotov. Throwing flashbang.
Bomb A, bomb A.
Fire in the hole.
Bomb A.
Terrorists win.
Tough.
Lock and load. Fire in the hole. Flashbang. Smoke.
One middle. Ladder room.
Counter-terrorists win. All right, all right.
Let's go.
Incendiary out. Grenade out.
Fire. Grenade out.
Bomb has been planted.
God damn it.
Terrorists
Oof.
win. Remember, this isn't the killing house anymore. This is real life. Throwing a grenade. Deploying flashbang.
Grenade. Throwing flashbang. Throwing flashbang.
Mid. B, B, B. Two B, two B. Right. 99. Feels bad.
Gear up. We aren't going in a windy walk here. Throwing a grenade. Throwing fire. Grenade out. Flashbang. Laying down smoke.
Throwing a grenade.
Smoke.
One's going B. Here, B.
Bomb has been planted.
Using.
Throwing flashbang. Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
There you go.
Now is the time. We are volunteers of justice. Flashbang! I'm throwing a flashbang.
Two middle. One B, one B. Oh!
Fear us. Activating
God
bomb.
damn. Man, I'm gonna have to report him just for that one. Holy shit. Clutched the hell out of that one. My boy Clutch.
We will make them regret the day.
Two A, 2A. Last 2A.
Throwing a flashbang.
Last 2A. Under shadow, under shadow.
Terrorists win. You have two of something to lose.
Could be short.
Lantern.
Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win.
Feeder us. I'm throwing a grenade. This is our fight. Deploy.
One mid. God damn it, bro.
I'm throwing a grenade.
How are duels this bad when my teammates versus when I get peeked on insta headshot? The hell?
Smoke.
Makes sense.
Putting down the smoke. Grenade out. Landed.
Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win.
They gave me the face now, bro. Where were these cases when I wanted them?
아우 지겹다 이 미친 새끼. 일로 와. 오 정말 싫어.
the
Check out this map of the Arctic from the 16th century. There are 4 major land masses surrounding a polar sea with a massive magnetic rock in its center, called Rupus nigra, Latin words for black rock. If we do a quick search through raremaps.com's massive inventory for more like it, we find dozens of similar depictions. Here is one by Dutch cartographer Cornelis de Jode in 1593, another from one of the founders of the Dutch East India Company, Petrus Plancius, in 1594, and one last example, Abraham Ortelius's 1570 world map and what is considered the first modern atlas. So where did these depictions originate? Just as Terra Australis in the south, this mysterious land to the north can be traced back to ancient Greek writers. It was called Hyperborea, which loosely translates to beyond the north wind. These ancient writers didn't unanimously agree on everything about Hyperborea, including its location, other than it was to the north. One of the legends was that the sun rose and set just once a year, indicating that it was somewhere within the Arctic Circle. Despite this, it was also said to enjoy a moderate climate. Some of its other characteristics included having strong connections to Apollo, and being home to people as tall as 10 feet, that could live to be 1,000 years old. It was allegedly nearly invaded by an army of 10 million men from a neighboring island, but the army turned back when they realized the Hyperboreans could not be defeated. That's more than 5 times the number of soldiers that landed in Normandy in the first 3 days of the Allied invasion in World War II, which is generally accepted as the largest seaborne invasion in history. 2,000 years later, there were still stories about a mythical land to the north, though some things had changed. Let's go back to that first map shown, which is the most well known. It was created by someone you've probably heard of. Even if you don't recognize the name, you're at least familiar with his work. His name is Gerardus Mercator. He's known for his famous projection created for navigation that makes Greenland look like the size of Africa. It's also commonly used in classrooms and by navigational apps like Google Maps. However, as you can see on his world map, it would have been difficult to use for navigation in the Arctic region, though he did make a more accurately depicted Arctic region as an inset. But trade had been increasing over the 16th century between Europe and the East Indies, and it was a long journey between them. The route at the time was south and around Africa. A northeast passage could reduce shipping times to and from the East Indies from 2 years or more to about 6 months. It would also help avoid many hazards such as run-ins with rival nations, wear and tear on ships, tropical diseases, and the still mysterious disease scurvy. 1 in 5 ships and 1 in 3 employees of the Dutch East India Company never came back from the round Africa route. With the growing interest, Mercator dedicated a map to the Arctic, which was actually published by his son Romuald Mercator in 1595, the year after Gerardus' death. It's also the first standalone map of the Arctic region. Mercator, and probably other cartographers going at least as far back as 1492, got their information from a book titled Itinerarium, which was written by Jacobus Noyen. This book summarized a travelogue titled Inventio Fortunata, meaning fortune discovery. This book was by a 14th century Franciscan friar and mathematician who claimed to have explored the region in 1360 on behalf of Edward III of England. Johannes Raus cited Inventio Fortunata on his 1507 world map. But Jacobus Noyen never actually saw this book. He received this information from a priest who said he had met the author of Inventio Fortunata when the man gave him an astrolabe in exchange for a Bible. Mercator wrote on his world map, We have taken the Arctic geography from the Itinerarium of Jacobus Noyen of The Hague, who makes some citations from the Gesta of Arthur of Britain. However, the greater and most important part he learned from a certain priest at the court of the King of Norway in 1364. In 1577, Mercator wrote a letter to English astronomer John Dee about the Arctic region and referenced Itinerarium once again. In this letter, he wrote, "In the midst of the 4 countries is a whirlpool, into which there empty these 4 indrawing seas, which divide the north. And the water rushes round and descends into the earth just as if one was pouring it through a filter funnel. It is 4 degrees wide on every side of the pole, that is to say, 8 degrees altogether, except that right under the pole there lies a bare rock in the midst of the sea. Its circumference is almost 33 French miles, and it is all magnetic stone, and is as high as the clouds, so the priest said, who had received the astrolabe from this Minorite in exchange for a testament, and the Minorite himself had heard that one can see all round it from the sea, and that it is black and glistening, and nothing grows thereon, for there is not so much as a handful of soil on it. The friar also claimed to have encountered pygmies. It's unclear if the original book, Inventio, is the source of this concept about the North Pole. A similar story was written by the historian Gerald of Wales in the late 12th or early 13th century. Here is what he had to say. Not far from the isles towards the north there is a monstrous gulf in the sea, towards which all sides the billows of the sea, coming from remote parts, converge and run together as though brought there by a conduit. Pouring into these mysterious abysses of nature, they are as though devoured thereby, and should it happen that a vessel pass there, it is seized and drawn away with such powerful violence of the waves that this hungry force immediately swallows it up, never to appear again." By the 1630s, Mercator's depiction of the region disappeared from maps, due to real discoveries and competing theories about the region. Holes in the story were even appearing to Mercator. While the magnetic rock seemed like a somewhat logical explanation as to why a compass would point north, this wasn't actually where the magnetic North Pole was located. Mercator knew this, and tried to explain away the discrepancy by adding a second rock. But it would still be nearly another 300 years of theories, rumors, and lies about the geography of the Arctic. Before I end this video, thank you to RareMaps.com for sponsoring this video. RareMaps.com is an online antique map shop with over 10,000
war. Since then, more than 100,000 Russian soldiers have been killed. Moscow's been attacked, and factions of the military have led open rebellion. Authoritarianism has been replaced by dictatorship. Propaganda is raging.
Эта операция направлена на усмирение кровавых нациков.
Freedom of expression is quashed, and journalists jailed.
Russian authorities say they have arrested a Wall Street Journal reporter on charges of espionage.
Over the past 12 months, I've been filming across Russia with colleagues Nastya Archin and Veronika Silchenko, as it's become increasingly difficult to report from inside the country, to tell the story of a generation warped by war.
Russian President Vladimir Putin just escalated his invasion of Ukraine in a very big way.
He has signed a decree ordering the partial military mobilization.
The mobilization of 300,000 military reservists.
What essentially amounts to a draft.
Almost all men under the age of 65 are registered as reservists.
Сколько у нас уже народу, девчонки? Мы их сразу оформляем, одеваем в готовности.
It's fall 2022, 6 months into Vladimir Putin's brutal invasion of Ukraine. And it's clear that it isn't going to plan. He's just announced a national draft, euphemistically called partial mobilization. Now hundreds of thousands of Russian civilians are being forced into the army. Regular places are turned into draft centers. This Moscow theater processes around 100 new recruits a day.
Я ощущаю чувство гордости за страну, за свою семью, то, что не отступил от этого долга, взял на себя такую обязанность защищать Родину. Это сомнений никаких нет. Победа будет в России.
В случае такой случайности там положить свою жизнь за Родину?
За Родину, за семью, да. Самое главное — гордость и отвага.
Some people are still motivated by the lies President Putin is told to justify this war, but others aren't happy about being forced to enlist, and the mood is sullen. A stark contrast to the heroic tone of the Soviet-era war films playing in the background. Speaking critically of the war is a criminal offence, so it's hard to know how any of these conscripts truly feel.
Сложно тоже на этот момент что-то сказать. Ну, и раз я пришел сюда, наверное, ну, что-то тоже осталось, какой-то, возможно, патриотизм. Раз я все-таки не сбежал.
Какой исход видите для...
Discover that it fell apart long ago. They want to teach us that everything is progressing, but a quick study shows that things have only gone backwards. I am truly a conservative. I despise the socialistic agenda in the past and present, though I do think we should work together as sovereign individuals. I don't blame those in power for the recent control grab. I think with the death of the Queen, there's a shift taking place, a new order, and this new group is not wasting any time rolling out their agendas. What the past events in the last few years have shown us is that all nations, all leaders, are actually following the same playbook. Doesn't matter what their political standing. Free elections seem to be a thing of the past, and many nations don't even get the illusion. You're just stuck with your leader. And again, I don't blame them. It is perhaps their karma, and these people will simply play their roles. And as for me, I ask the same, that I'm left to play my role. I know I was born with God-given rights, and I will exercise those until my death. I thank you for being here, and welcome. So today I've compiled a list. It's not a complete list, but it's a snapshot of this research. The research into the old world and our true origins. So it's not in order, as that's one of the most difficult things to make sense of, the chronology. But for many, this research begins with the World's Fair. All of the World's Fairs. There were hundreds of them, and it's a great place to start. Going back to the mid-1800s, almost every major city in the world hosts some sort of fair. We're told these fairs took a year or two to build, that they were temporary, and eventually destroyed. Hundreds of buildings at each fair, and as little as just one or two remain. We have them in St. Louis, Chicago, San Francisco, even in the Midwest. And it's one thing if they all looked different, or even looked like fairs, but what they look like is elegant cities with waterways and absolutely overbuilt for the population and budget of the time. When we study these buildings, we see that they're anything but temporary. The same designs we see anywhere in the world. And it is a complete untruth to say that a 4, 5, 6-story building is temporary. A building must be structurally sound to stand, and this 100% means it is not temporary. So again, if the World's Fair in Chicago resembles the World's Fair in Brazil, we must be dealing with something other than a fair. All the same time period, all brought down, essentially demolished, and this seems to mark a beginning point. So the beginning point, we often call this the reset. What we see is fully built out cities, built of brick, stone, intricate metalwork, and empty streets. Streets of mud, oftentimes brick poking up through the mud, and we see horse and wagons. Very few. Now it's the same thing in every city. The first pictures show completely built out cities with no people, as if somebody is documenting the beginning. One of my favorite things to do over and over on this channel is to read the stories of these towns and cities and buildings, hoping for a logical explanation. And what we find is hastily written historical accounts of the beginning, making no sense. With the tools and tech available of the times, there's no way these cities should go up so fast with so little people and such little technology at their disposal. Power not coming around until the late 1800s. At a World's Fair in Chicago, we're told, it is introduced, and logically this is when we should start seeing improvements in the building style, and for the most part, the most beautiful city layouts and architecture have all been created before this introduction of power. I typically focus on North America because it's A, where I live, and B, one of the youngest nations, we are told. But the same thing can be done anywhere in the world. People often dismiss Europe and say, well, it's very old. But it's no different in Europe. Same predicament. How are they building all of these cities without power, modern tools, and technology? When photography does finally get reintroduced, in my opinion, this is the kind of scene that we have. Again, a city, cathedrals, spires, and a complete mess. Every city having problems with sewage. Doesn't make any sense that you would have a whole city and still be using outhouses, unless you're just moving into this city. in ruins. The ruins that we do see, we generically call the mud flood. I mean, it's mud and ruins everywhere, not looking like normal living. Giant walls and castles, domes, gold, metal, tech, and then mud everywhere. Horse and wagon people building little wooden ramps everywhere. Wooden sidewalks. Wooden shacks when they do build something. Surrounded by this. More specifically, the mud flood is talking about all the debris that has buried the buildings. Here, for example, we can see the door to this church. And the door is halfway up. I mean, are you really building this much footer? Half of the building? Or has this been repurposed to accommodate this cataclysmic event? In modern times, they are constantly discovering buildings underground. Not archaeologists, just construction workers, putting in utilities in city centers and discovering a whole realm of brick below our feet. This is the mud flood. What else are you going to call it? Oftentimes people ask me, what do you think the mud flood is? And I think that it's a byproduct of not only water creating a flood, a jolting of the fishbowl, but also some great electrical discharges that essentially cooked this realm, and all living creatures returned their waters back to the earth. All the trees, giant trees, all the creatures turning to water, buildings buried. And of course I don't know, but it seems pretty plausible. We may have some clue of this event in our mainstream history. Just like every major city has a World's Fair, every city has not only one, but several great fires. Great fire.
얘가 지금 키가 77이잖아.
그치?
만약에 나 키 115였으면
아니.
근데 빨리 대답해.
자, 생각해봐. 내가 만약에 키가 160이야. 만났을 거야? 봐봐, 너도 대답 빨리 못하잖아.
아, 그럼 밸런스 게임.
아.
나 만약에 130 아니면 180.
너가? 130이면은 여기 아니야? 그럼 옆에 서 있으면 안 보여. 아, 이런 거 왜 하는 거야? 가자.
Hello, greetings from the edge of the world. I found it. It's a big wall, like this. Amazing, isn't it? It's a massive wall. Hello.
Jesus, what? -30 degrees. They're all on crack? Why is she going in there with her bikini? What in... Am I watching?
몽골에 샤머니즘 문화가 있는데
Fuck shamanism.
아시아 별들의 전쟁 AFC 챔피언스 아시아 별들의 전쟁
습니다. 마이클 페이지도 자기 시가 긴 사람하고 싸우는 일은 별로 없을 거거든요. 그렇습니다. 오, 아래쪽 강하게 들어갑니다. 불시적인 움직임이 있었는데요. 난 진짜 아메리칸 가라데 스타일인데. 오, 아래쪽. 자, 저런 스타일인 댄스. 자, 현란한 움직이고 있습니다. 뒤로 빠지고 있는 페이지. 들어가는 캡파트. 크게 노려봅니다. 그리고 프렌치로 붙죠. 자, 또 한번 압박을 주고 있습니다. 홀란드. 자, 몸쪽을 치면서 페이지 잡아서. 자, 지금 홀란드가 그립에 욕심을 좀 부리고 있죠. 그렇습니다. 세게 싸잡아서 넘기고 싶은 거죠. 홀란드도 UFC에서 오랫동안 활동을 해오면서 레슬링 보강을 계속 해온 1인이거든요. 오, 오히려 페이지가 팝니다. 양쪽을 파고 옆쪽으로 한번 봅니다. 그렇죠. 하지만 밀어냅니다. 다시 한번 스탠딩을 선언하고 있는 페이지와 홀란드. 그리고 아이고 김정 들어왔습니다. 큰 걸 한번 날려봤습니다. 페이지. 순간적으로 들어올 때 홀란드가 반응이 좀 안 됩니다. 이 타이밍을 지금 못 읽고 있는데요. 지금도 그 뒤를 잡습니다. 백을 잡죠. 반응이 안 되는 거죠. 이거는 레슬링이나 주짓수로 백을 잡힌 게 아니라 타격에 대한 반응이 안 된 거죠. 몇 개의 장면들이 연이어나오고 있습니다. 오글리킥 견제하고요. 자, 킥을 가면 홀란드가 초반에 지금 힘듭니다. 자, 홀란드가 좀 당합니다. 네, 당하고 있습니다. 자, 뒤쪽으로 빠져나오는 페이지. 여전히 가드는 내려놓고 있습니다. 자, 하지만 홀란드는 뚜벅뚜벅 전진합니다. 홀란드가 또 이 펀치력이 이미지보다는 사실 강한 사람인데, 근데 타격에 반응이 좀 안 됩니다. 계속 크게 맞고 있어요. 자, 큰 펀치 뒤에서 날아오는 게 지금 정타로 돌아오고 있습니다. 아래쪽으로 바라보면서 페이크를 한번 심어주다가 이거였습니다만, 이게 홀란드가 길고 키가 크기 때문에 펀치 순간 얼굴을 좀 뒤로 빼니까 그나마 지금 버티는 거예요. 네, 몸을 한번 치고 있는데 오히려 레슬링에서도 페이지가 좀 앞서 나가다가 놨습니다. 그렇습니다. 반면 노려봤습니다만, 자, 클린치를 붙여서 자, 홀란드가 전진해봅니다. 홀란드가 약간 감 잡았나요? 자, 더 이상 이렇게 있어서는 안 되겠다고 판단하고 있습니다. 뒤로 좀 빠르게 빠집니다. 페이지. 그래도 먼저 어퍼. 자, 홀란드가 하지만 페이지를 좀 케이지 쪽으로 몰고 있어요. 네. 지금 싸잡은 거 어떻게 될지. 잡았는데. 자, 중심이 아직 100% 못 갖고 왔고요. 홀란드가. 니킥. 뒤로 빠졌어. 멋진 스피드 공격이 나옵니다. 자, 앞면에 고치겠습니다. 번져있던 홀란드 이렇게 1라운드가 끝납니다. 라이트 붙어봤습니다. 자, 서로 간에 대화를 좀 시도를 해보고 있는 홀란드. 케이지 안에서 생으로 진행하는 팟캐스트와도 같다. 대화를 많이 하니까 이렇게 얘기를 했었.
These guys have a very close relationship with the ability to train Latin America and you know. Not opening up from the middle. It's a real boxing approach. That's Tito Vera. He gives you speed, rarely has that ultimately cost him. The lead, and you want to not relinquish it. You want to steal it. Never allow him to get going. 15 attempts.
Received instructions. Debut.
Got to make sure he gets that distance right, Anthony Joshua. Got to slide him with that front foot when he throws the jab. Seeds in the
Fury fight. I've seen it already here. Ngannou likes to parry the jab with the right hand. That does leave him vulnerable to a feint, followed by a left hook.
Ngannou already looks a little more comfortable than he did against Tyson Fury.
Yeah. And see how he springs into attacks as well. Really fast, actually, Ngannou.
Yeah, well balanced.
Good shot.
So a pawing jab, left hook there from Ngannou, blocked by AJ.
Ah, good right hand to the body as well from Ngannou. Straight right.
Jab from AJ.
That was a good jab from AJ there, because he's just taking his head to the right there, so the jab's going right over his head, and he's still able to score to the body with that jab.
Honestly, he really does shape up well as a boxer, Ngannou. Well balanced, good high guard.
And you feel like this fight could be over in a second.
One little clip on the chin.
Yep.
More feints from AJ. He should try and draw out that lead from Ngannou. Just taking that right hand on the left glove.
Remember, Fury came right after Ngannou in round one. AJ being more patient.
Switching to southpaw now, Ngannou.
How's that for confidence? A minute to go in the first round and he switches.
Focus.
No! AJ touched him and he went down!
4, 5,
What a shot!
6,
Straight right hand!
7,
Down the pipe of Ngannou. He's hurt.
Let's see if AJ jumps right on him.
He got too confident and paid the price.
What a stunner!
Got a right hand goal now, Anthony Joshua.
This is what was supposed to happen when Fury faced Ngannou.
Whoa, we got clipped himself there,
Yeah,
Joshua.
he did. With a left hook on the top, it's a nice right to the body.
It's nearly Andy Ruiz all over again.
Watch it nicely.
Ring walk, and he's got a knockdown here in round one. Already doing something Fury couldn't do. Put Ngannou down.
He's just got to keep that right hand high, AJ. You can see every time AJ throws a jab, Ngannou looks to throw the left hook. That right hand needs to stay tucked tight.
It's all about discipline now for Anthony Joshua. You've got to keep your shape really well. Don't get overexcited about your success. You've got to be assertive, like he is now, trying to take that center of the ring. Don't rush anything.
Ngannou seems to be biting on every feint.
Yeah. And that left hook is there for AJ.
Ngannou just got to try and edge a little bit forward more if I was Ngannou. Even if you're not landing with the jab, let it go out there a little bit faster than that. There you go, that's a nice long jab. So once you touch with it, let that right hand go on the top of the head.
Very switchy now, Ngannou.
We talked about how comfortable Ngannou looked in that first round compared to against Fury. Maybe he was too comfortable, Mike.
Yeah, and we saw that the shot came just after his switch to southpaw. And again, that right hand from Joshua lands not quite as cleanly this time.
Remember, Turki Al-Sheikh basically told Anthony Joshua to end Ngannou. Don't let him come into boxing and beat our top guys. Show him what's up.
Credit to Ngannou, though. He's still trying to hold the center of the ring.
Joshua's well aware of the power of Ngannou. He's felt it now, and he's well aware of it. And I said, the discipline. Don't drop your hands when you don't drop that right hand when you're throwing that jab.
Don't offer the openings that Fury did.
Got to let that right hand go again. He did that double jab there, and he backed him up where he wanted him, Joshua, but he got to commit himself to that right hand. That left hook is so long, isn't it, from Ngannou? And heavy.
Why that right hand needs a
Ngannou walked right into it, and you can't do that against Anthony Joshua.
He's hurt, badly hurt.
Let's see if Anthony Joshua can dispose the MMA champion. Joshua can dispose the MMA champion. shot, and Ngannou's out cold, ladies and gentlemen. He's not even moving. What a performance from...
와, 버스 터미널 풍경 좋은 거. 굿텐탁.
Macedonia,
Oh,
Bulgaria, Turkey, Georgia.
oh, that's cool. What are you studying? May I ask it?
Medicine.
Medicine. Wow, that's cool.
Thank you.
Really, very quick. 또 만났네? I saw you in bus yesterday.
Yeah, I remember that.
Ah, you remember me? South Korea. You like South Korea?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, really? Oh, K-pop.
What's your name?
Yong. And what is your name?
Mari, Marcela.
Marcela.
Oh, yes, I do.
Marcela.
Wait, have you seen places around? Or the castle or something?
Not yet.
Haven't you seen?
Yeah, I will see
Do
too.
you mind we accompany you?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Where are you going now?
Yeah, I was in Tirana yesterday.
I think you're
Sun. Like capitalism after Korean War, so we have many technology. And
Can I really be a model?
mother?
Model.
Sure. Yeah, if you come to Korea, you can be a model. 가계부를 정리했습니다. 근데 이거 생각보다 지출이
You're big.
야 발라민데리. Was it not bad? Lucky, traditional style. Okay, one lucky. And then 라키라고 터키나 동남 유럽 지방에서 가장 유명한 전통주입니다. 진짜 비싼 술인데 그래도 여기서 되게 싸게 파네요. 오. 네. 이곳 베라투도 도시 전체가 유네스코 세계 문화유산으로 지정되었다고 해요. 1, 2차 세계대전이랑 2차례 발칸 전쟁, 그리고
Up the footwork a lot here in the early going.
Good kick. This.
Oh, his cheek or...
Remember when McGregor started, never seen a small guy command on O'Malley. People come out.
And what value rounds with this type of output and pace he's thrown.
Oh, beautiful spinning kick to the body.
Cheeto willing himself to move in it to decide it.
High kick. Just missed that front kick up high. Big knee by Cheeto.
What a fight!
He's doing his very best.
He's just getting to its feet in appreciation of the world, and still Sugar
just drained at the end of this. You know why? They needed the ball in that fight. And again, it was in that. If we show that replay, yeah, let's see
that significant strikes to Cheeto.
Watch it and hear it. That smack when you were on point tonight.
Yeah, Cheetos is still.
Good strike. At the end of the fifth round, I landed a nice body shot that I hurt him, but I just want to thank my team, Coach Parillo. Love you, baby. To my kids, to my father, to my mother.
Amazing performance. The heart you displayed.
He may be now. I'm not sure Marlon Cheeto Vera can work on O'Malley. Truly a seat to enjoy, and that team 135 pounds as he gets the
What? Another update?
What update, bitch? Where it at?
The heck? Not even queuing. Ba-bam. Oh, I don't have the command. That's why. Okay. Oh no, I don't have to do it. Cool. Oh, now it's bucked up. I forgot what the command was. You know what? Let's just go back to my main other account. Go there, copy it. Bum bum bum. Ba ba bum bum bum. Nice. One, two. The hell? Damn. Get our eyeballs. Bitch got them cocaine eyeballs. I don't know what this means. What in the world? Oh hell no, 150. Not even Hong Kong, homie. Not even. Oh hell no, I don't want them bitches' voice being that high. Nope, nope, nope. Fuck you mean? Oh my god. Okay, that's been set good. Mean windowed. Fuck out of here, biche. Didn't go tilt-a-roni. Cool. Microphone trigger trust threshold. Above. Above and beyond. Bitches.
Hey friends, Ash here with 10 Cents. Hope you're doing really well. Today, I'm gonna be checking out this one. People in America, I feel like just call it L1212 White. 12 White though, the Eau de Toilette, that's just better. I'll also show you guys the presentation, so if you do pick this up, you know. You're going to see there's a slight pattern on the box, and that also carries over to the bottom. On one side, you have the ingredient 0336 across the front. You do have the name Lacoste in the top of the cap, and it makes that awesome L1212 sound that pretty much all of my Lacoste bottles make. So in order to get that sound, just grab the cap and give it a little twist. That's nice. It just is wonderful. It's like nothing on the back, nothing on the sides. Cap does click into place. On the bottom, you have a sticker with your batch code. Let me go ahead and waste a couple sprays for you guys so you can see how the atomizer works. There we go. When you first spray this fragrance on, you get a nice blast of citrus. There's finger lime in the top, which is different from the Eau de Toilette, because in the Eau de Toilette, you're gonna get grapefruit. And another big difference between this one and the Eau de Toilette is how long that citrus lasts. And the Eau de Toilette, the original, when you first spray it on, that grapefruit is pretty prominent and it stays there for a while. In this one, the Eau de Parfum, you get finger lime, and then about a minute later, it's pretty much gone. In that opening, it's very fresh, it's clean, it's green.
Lacoste Blanc, or some people call it Eau de Lacoste L1212 White Lacoste fragrances. The fragrance that'll make you feel like you just put on a freshly overpriced polo t-shirt. Even if you're wearing one that you got from Walmart and is 3 days old on your floor. Just spray some of this on and you will feel like the most stylish person in the room. Or will you? Because this fragrance was released in 2011. It's 2023 now. Should you still be wearing it? Let's find out. Lacoste Blanc comes in a nice sleek white packaging with Lacoste on the front and top. Fragrance unclothed. Let's get on to the smell. When you first spray this on your skin, you're gonna smell like a tennis player who pre-drank before the game, because it's very alcoholic. But as it dries down, it gets very nice, very complex and unique. I say unique because there are floral notes in here, which they do it quite well, because the opening is very citrusy, which you get from the grapefruit. You're getting woody from Virginia cedar, and you're getting floral from Lang Lang and tuberose. And blended together, it smells uniquely masculine, but at the same time unisex. Before you get carried away and order 10 bottles, let's talk about the longevity. The longevity I was actually quite impressed with, because when, like I mentioned earlier, when you spray it on your skin, you get a bit of a point off there for that, as this is a summer fragrance that you want to wear during the day. You're going to want to stand out, and this doesn't do that unless you're very close to someone. When should you wear this fragrance? I would say it leans definitely way more towards summer days than winter. You should wear it at work, you should wear it on a date. Reason being for the date is Lang Lang, in case you didn't know, is a very potent aphrodisiac, which is also said to boost libido and encourage bonding between partners. I'm not saying this will do that. I would also say this is quite good for being on vacation. If you're the type that likes to vacation, I bought this on a discounter for 65 Canadian dollars, or the equivalent of 47 US dollars. For that price point, I would say that it is a pretty good steal, because the majority of summer fragrances that you're gonna find that last that long are in Canadian dollars over 100. Should you be buying this and wearing it in 2023? I think absolutely yes, this is still good in 2023. My overall thoughts and opinions, I'm gonna rate this an 8.5 out of 10. Now I knocked off some points because it is not a far projector, and I would like it to be a bit stronger. When you're in high heat, you want things to
Fair enough.
Not spent the bulk.
Michael Page, it was.
Spins it on the big screen.
The body kick lands for Michael Page. It was Holland as he tries to come together. Holland did a good job of landing. So steps behind him, knocks him to the mat. Chest of Kevin Holland.
Expectation was that Santini was going to buy.
Terrible for Dustin. Dustin's got to go back.
And that's one of the reasons. What a right winging.
We've talked about this time and time.
Dustin's terrible. This is terrible for Dustin.
Dustin's got to go back.
He's going to try to sneak out the back, but
which one are you most comfortable in?
Oh, he's out. He's got to create space. Nice elbow by Saint-Denis.
Ward's Benoit Saint-Denis.
He ripping the body now.
Dustin is so exhausted.
Guillotine again.
He's hanging on to it.
What a fight by guillotine. At least it might.
He's won by submission.
Knocked out the Poirier! Saint-Denis nearly out! Dustin Poirier!
What a performance for Dustin, top 10. And to do that, but man, was he tested.
He was center hands going, and when he did, you saw him hurt.
He win for Dustin Poirier, and you gotta think gains his status as one of the very best.
Look at that up, a shot to the body, eats a body kick. There's a left guillotine again here, but let it go. Here's a right winging.
We've talked about this time and time again. Dustin Poirier, he is hitting you with his power hand. The interim champion, Dustin the Diamond Poirier.
And his acceptance of it was rooted in age. And sharing a moment. And Jolie Poirier brought to tears. Poirier adds another scalp, man. What a warrior.
Again, he's at the when facing a very, very...
All right, the official decision is in theaters March 29th. Here's Buff.
Let's roll.
And why the graphic looking like Dookie? Holy, graphics are doo-doo. Alright, much better.
They fear us already. Let's give them a reason to.
Mucho suck cock. Oh my god, I can't even see my own crosshair.
Let us send them home. Flashbang out. Flashbang. Smoke down.
Cover smoke.
Counter-terrorists win. Let's go. Throwing a flashbang.
God dang it.
Counter-terrorists win. Let's go, let's go. Flashbang. Flashbang out. Counter-terrorists win.
Oy, oy, oy. Not looking good.
Move it, move it. Throwing a flashbang. Smoke down. Flashbang.
God damn.
Counter-terrorists win.
Dang. Didn't know our Tushy's gonna get whipped this hard.
Let's go. Flashbang out. Smoke. Throwing a flashbang. Flashbang. Throwing a flashbang.
One's B.
I'm throwing a flashbang.
B's open, B's open. One CT.
Bomb has been planted.
Side.
Flashbang. Terrorists win. You will cry like babies before you die. Go, go, go.
Carry long. Last guy mid.
Throwing a flashbang.
Your base.
Terrorists win. We're the real man.
We will never stop. The future is ours.
Throw in the flashbang. I'm throwing the flashbang.
I'm throwing a grenade. Flashbang out.
One high mid. Go B.
I'm throwing the flashbang.
Flashbang.
Terrorists win. I fear no man.
This kid is so stupid, he doesn't even know how to grieve.
Let's go, my brother.
So bad he's actually grieving naturally. Pushing mid, 2 mid. 1 A long. Short. Pyramid.
Throw in the flashbang.
Dang. Man, it's crazy. Just 1d3 of us. Oh boy, Lee, huh? Finds a lot. One lower tunnel. B side, half HP.
Counter-terrorists win.
Flashbang. I'm throwing a grenade.
One short. Half HP.
Throwing a flashbang.
One more one mid door. Long door.
Counter-terrorists win.
Here, Lorton.
Affirmative.
Two mid.
Grenade out. Smoke out. I'm throwing a flashbang.
One inside B with me. Dead.
Flashbang out. Activating the bomb. Bomb has been planted.
Here, tunnel. One outside door.
Terrorists win. Very good. You will cry like babies before you die. We must move. Flashbang. Throw in a flashbang. Throw in a flashbang.
Go long. Way long.
Smoke.
Mid door short.
Flashbang. Molotov. Flashbang out.
The hell?
Counter-terrorists win.
Here we go!
Ooh, nice knife.
Go, go, go.
Deploying smoke shield.
Grenade out.
Grenade out. Flashbang out.
One more. Lower tunnel. One lower tunnel. Lower tunnel dead. Bombs in upper. Lower, lower. Reloading.
Counter-terrorists win. You're right on. You're right on.
Upper tunnel. One A long, 2B. One A long, 2B. Middle, 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 middle. Window. Window.
I'm defusing the bomb. Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Let's go! Let's go!
Throwing a grenade.
Whee! Damn. Getting sat down.
Ah, we're getting stuck right into them. Throwing smoke.
Laying down a smoke.
Throwing flashbang. Throwing fire. Smoke. Laying down smoke.
I'm in right side.
Counter-terrorists win. Let's move out.
Grenade! Flashbang out. Oh, in smoke. Throwing flashbang.
One on A. A.
Flashbang out.
Deploying flashbang.
short. Too short. Mid door, too short.
Terrorists win. Move it, move it. Incendiary.
Throwing smoke.
Laying down smoke.
Throwing flashbang.
God damn. Insta 110? Bruh. Get me out of here. Wasn't expecting a 110. What is this monkey?
Terrorists win. Go, go, go. Throwing fire. Throwing flashbang.
Fire in the hole.
Laying down smoke. Smoke. Throwing a grenade.
Flashbang out.
God damn, bro.
Gear up. We're going in. Incendiary out.
Grenade out.
Oof, feels bad. We'll get him next time.
in a very big way.
He has signed a decree ordering the partial military mobilization.
The mobilization of 300,000 military reservists.
What essentially amounts to a draft.
Almost all men under the age of 65 are registered as reservists.
Сколько у нас уже народу, девчонки? Мы их сразу оформляем, одеваем в готовности.
It's fall 2022, 6 months into Vladimir Putin's brutal invasion of Ukraine. And it's clear that it isn't going to plan. He's just announced a national draft, euphemistically called partial mobilization. Now hundreds of thousands of Russian civilians are being forced into the army. Regular places are turned into draft centers. This Moscow theater processes around 100 new recruits a day.
Я ощущаю чувство гордости за страну, за свою семью, то, что не отступил от этого долга, взял на себя такую обязанность защищать Родину. Это сомнений никаких нет. Победа будет в России.
В случае такой случайности там положить свою жизнь за Родину?
За Родину, за семью, да. Самое главное — гордость и отвага.
Some people are still motivated by the lies President Putin has told to justify this war, but others aren't happy about being forced to enlist, and the mood is sullen. A stark contrast to the heroic tone of the Soviet-era war films playing in the background. Speaking critically of the war is a criminal offence, so it's hard to know how any of these conscripts truly feel.
Сложно тоже на этот момент что-то сказать. Ну, и раз я пришел сюда, наверное, ну, что-то тоже осталось, какой-то, возможно, патриотизм. Раз я все-таки не сбежал.
Какой исход видите для России, для специальной военной операции?
У меня нет такой специальности, чтобы сейчас что-то предвидеть, говорить и так далее. Неизвестно, что будет на завтрашний день. В принципе, как бы...
Oleg was given a draft notice and less than 24 hours to report for duty.
Ну, отец у меня живет, считай, в другом городе, Одинцове. С ними не успел попрощаться, с родными остальными тоже не успел попрощаться. Не знаю, насколько это будет сейчас представляться возможным. Очень сейчас тяготит то, что он с отцом не попрощался.
На площадку будет время положить вещи в автобус. Где-то, если родители стоят рядом, поцеловать щечку. Только на все, про все у нас будет 3 минуты.
Moments before the bus leaves, Oleg's father does arrive.
Вообще-то положено там 3 дня вот на прощание, на эти там. Я так вот смотрел по телевизору, вот в регионах там и каски выдают, и бронежилеты. А здесь он даже вот свой поезд говорит. То есть получается, что как-то не продумано здесь. Это Москва.
Until today, this center didn't even have bags for the recruits. But these men are far better equipped than some. Multiple videos circulating online seem to show fresh recruits carrying rusty rifles, being told to bring their own makeshift medical kit, and even being sent to the front line with no training.
Нам официально сказали, что подготовки перед отправкой в зону боевых действий не будет.
To escape the draft, tens of thousands of Russians have fled the country. Protests have erupted, and military recruitment centers have been set on fire. In Siberia, a conscription officer was even shot. Despite all of this, the Kremlin is still maintaining that this invasion is just a special operation. But for those being drafted, it's increasingly clear that this is an all-out war, with all the risks that brings.
Но дело в том, что я один, у меня 3 года как жена умерла, и единственный сын остался. Вот поэтому у меня последний, что вот. А так-то, ну, конечно, долго надо отдать. Просто так неожиданно, что вчера вот дали, сегодня уже забирают.
Не реви, соберись, тряпка.
Идите себя, все, всех ждем домой. Давай, парни, спасибо вам и вашим родителям.
While thousands of young men do enlist, some are challenging the draft. A group of young poets who oppose the war have headed to Moscow's Mayakovsky Square, a meeting point historically used by dissidents. Among them is 31-year-old Artyom Kamardin.
Разорви меня в клочья, стань героем, убей меня, доброволец. Твой президент будет тобой вечно доволен. Слава Киевской Руси, Новороссия, Россия!
But this kind of event is no longer tolerated in Russia. Criticism of the military is criminal, the definition of treason has been expanded, and even calling the war a war is forbidden. The day after Artyom's anti-war performance, state security forces raid the flat he shares with his fiancée, Alexandra Popova.
Нас повалили на пол. Меня оттащили в другую комнату. Со мной сначала был один сотрудник, который меня периодически пинал.
Это он, я тебе говорю,
Я слышала, как они начинают кричать про Артема, что это он. И я слышала крики ударов, после чего я просила громко, пожалуйста, не избивайте его, после чего я сама получила. И избивали Артема. Я слышала, как они угрожают ему оружием, что они простреливают ему ноги, что они сломают колено, если он не будет делать то, что им надо, чтобы он извинялся, чтобы он раздевался.
Приношу извинения, прошу прощения и каюсь перед русским многонациональным народом.
Закона какого-то правового в этот момент в квартире просто не было. Они действительно могли делать все, что они хотят, и они это делали. Они, после того, как они узнали, что мы вместе, они, собственно, начали еще больше агрессии применять по отношению ко мне, не просто пинать меня, а нужно убить. Мне также они угрожали пострелить ногу, если я, собственно, не буду делать то, что они хотят. Они тянули меня за волос, таскали, то есть угрожали изнасилованием, пытались заклеить рот, после чего показывали мне фотографии голого избитого Артема, изнасилованного.
Alexandra says Artyom was raped with a metal bar. He's been charged with inciting hate and is currently awaiting trial.
То есть то, что происходило, это какой-то запредельный уровень жестокости. И именно, конечно, применение настолько большого количества физической силы, давно мы, конечно, наверное, не слышали, что вообще такое может быть. Думаем, что мы знаем, как правильно, но мы видим, что в стране происходит, и понимаем, что это все катится куда-то в пропасть, мне кажется, только туда.
In the months since the forced military draft, the state's increasing its propaganda efforts to persuade Russians to join the army voluntarily. Through ads playing on male fragility, a nationwide billboard campaign, and on news bulletins.
страна своих защитников готова щедро вознаграждать. Очень высокое денежное довольствие, единовременные выплаты, а еще льготы и поддержка семьи. Тут есть над чем подумать.
Alongside army recruitment, the claim that Ukraine is a Nazi state is everywhere.
You only have to listen to 5 or 10 minutes of Russian state TV and count the number of times you hear fascists, Ukro-Nazis, neo-Nazis.
Эта операция направлена на усмирение кровавых нациков ради Украины.
Russian state media is feeding ordinary Russians with an alternate reality, calling for European capitals to be targeted with nuclear weapons.
Остров столь мал, что лишь одной ракеты «Сармат» достаточно, чтобы его утопить раз и навсегда. Все уже подсчитано. Англии нет. Раз и навсегда.
It's so irrational. It does not address you as a rational creature with agency. It addresses you as an emotional person with a memory of a goldfish who does not remember what he was watching yesterday or an hour ago. You are being sold some emotions, and that's it.
Сейчас на Украине происходит геноцид против русских, самый настоящий.
They've heightened and amplified the voices that are extremely pro-war, who wear Z, the symbol of war, the half swastika on their foreheads, if you like. The goal of the Kremlin is to ensure there is one narrative in town, that it has this idea that the Kremlin is supported by the majority of people.
The Russian state has created a parallel universe on television. But its viewers are old, and it doesn't speak to the war's most reluctant supporters, the young. So the Kremlin is pouring cash into the Internet Development Institute, or IRI, which funds nationalistic online content. Since the start of the war, state subsidies to IRI have gone up and up, from $163 million in 2022 to more than $217 million in 2023. Next year, $282 million is planned. All of this money is funding patriotic programming, like Without Boundaries, a topical news show.
Понимаете, очень большой процент именно изнасилований, да, совершены именно вот приезжими из Средней Азии.
Framed as a debate on immigration, the tone of the show leaves little doubt about what the viewer should think.
Они заполонили рынок труда, а в садах и школах не осталось мест для наших детей. Но если нужно, возьмут в руки оружие, только не за Россию против русских. Мигранты. Прямая угроза национальной безопасности. Россия без мигрантов. Закрыть им дорогу.
The host is Stas Vasiliev, a rising star of state media. Stas used to be a YouTuber, vlogging about tech.
Что, где здесь, можно...
But after Russia invaded Ukraine, he began repeating the Kremlin's talking points. This led to YouTube banning his channel and the loss of over 1.5 million subscribers. He now has his own state-backed show where he likes to take the fight to liberal Russians who oppose the war. Today he's interviewing exiled opposition politician and blogger Maxim Katz.
Добрый вечер. Не то чтобы я испытывал большую радость по поводу нахождения в вашем эфире, но ты предложил мне выступить на федеральном телеканале и как-то...
Maxim's been sentenced in absentia to 8 years in prison for discrediting the Russian armed forces. Doublespeak for telling the truth about Russia's war.
Я хотел бы закончить, зачитать список людей, погибших на этой войне. Мне кажется, это важно. Эти люди погибли. И о них поговорить, на мой взгляд,
Максим, на войнах гибнут люди, кроме перформанса на ТВ. Что бы ты хотел?
Я хотел бы, чтобы государственное телевидение показало, например, похороны этих людей. Вот мне кажется, вот это вот было бы правильным делать на телевидении, для того, чтобы люди понимали цену этой войны. Чтобы они не думали, что это какая-то компьютерная игра.
The Russian equivalent of a Newsmax commentator, Stas's style blends Russian nationalism, conspiracy theory, and whataboutism.
Гибель всех людей?
Меня волнует гибель всех людей.
Что по Палестине, Максим? Что по Палестине, Максим? Максим, что по Палестине?
Like many Russian propagandists, Stas's aim is to blur the line between what can and what can't be believed.
Это значит, что любой либерал — это фашист, потому что вы за культуру отмены и прочее, прочее, прочее.
In Stas's world, even Ukraine's Jewish president, Volodymyr Zelensky, might be a Nazi.
оправдывают Зеленского тем, что он еврей, а еврей не может быть нацистом, что само по себе уже, блядь, нацизм.
By definition, a Jew can't be a Nazi. One of the main tenets of their belief system was the destruction of the Jews.
Нет, слушай, нацизм, он же не типа против евреев. Если я нацизмную зишку вскинул и пошел евреям давать. Нацизмом все очень легко оправдать, так что любой может быть нацистом. Еврей, кто угодно. Чтобы я тебя выгнал нахуй со своей страны, забрал твой бизнес, а оправдать это я могу тем, что я русский, это моя страна, а ты все вали отсюда.
As someone who has a public profile, who speaks out, who shares their opinion, does it concern you about some of the laws that have been passed controlling speech since the start of the conflict?
Право выходить, но если только это не Кремль. Ну вот просто вот у нас в Конституции можно, но везде, кроме Кремля, потому что это, считайте, такая территория, да, они все выходят именно к Кремлю.
But when it comes to someone on the street with a placard saying no to war, I've seen it multiple times here myself, taken away, facing prison sentences, fined. There's a very real sense that speech isn't free.
Мы находимся в состоянии войны со страной. Поддерживать эту страну, находясь внутри этой, по сути, такой, привет, я коллаборационист.
Every aggression which we've seen conducted by the Kremlin, starting from Chechnya 99, 2004, 2008, an attack on Georgia, 2014, annexation of Crimea, and the first war in Ukraine, each of these special military operations have been accompanied by purging the media space.
We have come to the introduction of de facto military censorship. Now we have criminal code articles forbidding the spread of any information about military activities, discrediting of Russian armed forces, and that will land you in prison for the same number of years as for murder.
It's been 8 months since anti-war activist and poet Artyom Kamardan was arrested during a violent raid and charged with inciting hate. Artyom is now facing a second charge of publicly calling for action against Russia's state security.
Да, суммарно вообще грозит до 10,5. Я просто от Следственного комитета доехала как-то домой, села на стул на кухне, сижу, меня трясет. Я пытаюсь успокоиться, меня трясет еще больше. Ко мне приехала еще одна наша подруга. Просто под ручки вот так принесла мне сидр, поставила передо мной, повезла меня туда к подруге, чтобы я ничего с собой там не сделала. Она переживала, что я могу что-то сделать, вот, потому что я вообще вот в беспамятстве была в этот день, и потом еще примерно неделю отходила от осознания того, что все-таки будет 2 статьи, а не одна, и ни одна не отвалится, и все так передастся в суд.
Artyom is one of nearly 20,000 Russians who've been detained for anti-war actions since the invasion began. Alexander is helping organize an exhibition of political prisoners' artwork, including Artyom's.
Вот, собственно, наша выставка, которую мы готовили месяц, наверное. Здесь выставка заключенных, людей, которые из заключения какие-то изображения нам присылали, стихи, творчество, вообще все, что они присылали. А вот этого я не знаю. Ладно, шучу. Это Артем. Это серия работ, как Артем сказал, называется «All Cats Are Beautiful». Никак. То есть у меня могут забрать все, что угодно, но татуировку они никогда не заберут, и она на видном месте. Для меня всегда она очень много значит. Это первый кот, который он нарисовал в СИЗО, и мне хотелось запечатлеть что-то, что будет связано с Артемом. И да, это всегда будет со мной. Чувствую бесконечную боль. И раньше у нас политзаключенных было не так много. Мне очень больно, что люди, которые действительно ничего не сделали, которые сидят за слова.
For Alexandra, the memory of Artyom's violent arrest is still raw.
Здесь вот Артем писал о том, что мне тоже тяжело засыпается. Даже если мысли перед сном говорят о хорошем, делают они это настолько громко, что я ворочаюсь часами. Ворочаться больно, отвратительные, испытывающие боли в ребрах. Не переживай, это пройдет. Это были одни из первых писем Артема. И, естественно, я очень боялась того, что сделали с ним. Грустно немножечко. Так, все. Все, надо покурить. Нет, вот про пытки я не могу. Меня до сих пор перекрывает, у меня сильно идет переклин.
Alexandra has been granted just 4 visits in.
Тёма Камрад — это маяковские чтения в Тверском суде.
Тёма, люблю тебя.
After some deliberation, the judge.
Мы пострадали сейчас от этого государства. Ну, в принципе, я человек не тот, который опускает руки, когда наступают прям совсем какие-то темные времена, и я постоянно выступаю за какую-то справедливость. Артем — это семья, а семью как-то не знаю, неправильно оставлять, что ли.
Не совсем правильно он выразился в своих стихах, может быть. Но стихи это не вина.
Страшно жить, да, когда за слова сажают?
Да.
Anyone who has challenged what the Kremlin is saying about the war is really fair game, and people's jail sentences are being lengthened to the point of making the person despair about their position.
Физическому, там, головные боли в спине, внизу живота, причем совершенно не могу концентрироваться, и поэтому...
The goal is to break them and to show that it's all futile. That's how they will end up. I mean, there is a civil conflict in the country.
Is Russia at war with itself on some level?
From the very beginning, Russia had been at war with itself, or the Kremlin had been at war with the Russian people.
The silencing of free speech has created an information vacuum inside Russia, especially in terms of the human cost of the war. US officials estimate around 300,000 soldiers have been killed or injured since the full-scale invasion began in February 2022. This figure is higher than the total number of casualties from the USSR's decade-long war in Afghanistan in the 80s. Although you won't hear about the death toll on Russian television, signs of it are visible across Russia.
Кем он только не хотел. Мама, я вырасту и куплю себе трамвай. И буду возить сестренку в детский садик. Я не знаю, когда они... Да, скорее всего, это и весной фотографировались. А фотографии это я их делала уже вот на прощание. Нам же гроб не дали открыть. И чтобы его видеть, мы сделали фотографии.
Zinaida's 31-year-old son Alexei was drafted during mobilization.
Повестку получил 21 сентября. Им выдали их на работе. Утром их привезли в часть 23-го. Навезли людей очень много, как Алёша сказал. Говорит, мам, тут народу больше, чем на базаре.
Despite official assurances that conscripts would be properly equipped and trained, Alexei was on the front line in Ukraine within a number of days.
Они оказались вместе с другом детства. Ну и вот с его мамочкой мы общались. Она мне опять звонит, говорит, ты знаешь, что они на Украине? Я, на какой Украине? Они первый раз попали в засаду прямо 26-го. Было 3 раненых. Писали всюду. В прокуратуру Воронежского гарнизона, в областную, в главную прокуратуру, в администрацию президента, на каналы. В общем, отовсюду была тишина. И нам позвонили Алёшины товарищи и сказали, что он пойдет. Я и сейчас не верю.
А вам не сказали, как он погиб?
Обстрел. Был обстрел, их погибло тогда 3. Я не хочу об этом говорить. И тут, когда государству понадобилась помощь, они пошли. И вот так вот гадко с ними обойтись. Вот, в принципе, вся наша история. Нет. Это не объяснишь. Каждая мать это поймет, посочувствует. Ощутить это можно только оказавшись на таком месте. Никому я этого не желаю.
Russian state media do not talk about their own losses. You can count the number of times they have literally on one hand when some pundit has let it slip that Russian troops have been killed.
Do you think if most Russians knew how many people had died in this war, would that change how most Russians feel about this war?
If we could openly discuss anything, that would change a lot.
If there was any open discussion about the purposes of the war, the logic or the folly or the stupidity or the criminality of it, that would mean the war is over.
With so many Russians dying in Ukraine, we wonder about Oleg, the young man we saw drafted in the autumn of 2022. We were forbidden from asking for his contact information at the time, but we found him on VKontakte, Russia's Facebook, where he hasn't been active for months. We message him, but get no response. Eventually, we managed to find the number for Yaroslav, Oleg's father.
Алло, Ярослав? Да. Здравствуйте. Меня зовут Настя. Мы с вами когда-то очень ненадолго встречались в октябре. Мы вот тогда с вашим сыном познакомились, с вами. Хотели узнать, как у вас дела.
Ну, все нормально, все служит.
Служит? Все в порядке у него?
Да, все в порядке.
Вы не хотели бы нам, потому что мы вот хотим сейчас продолжение сделать истории, вы бы с нами встретиться не хотели бы?
Нет. Ну, еще рассказал, что я вам, дай Бог, что это все закончится.
Ну да, дай Бог.
A few days later, Yaroslav has a change of heart and agrees to talk to us. He wouldn't meet at his home, instead choosing a public park. He hasn't seen Oleg in 9 months because his leave has been cancelled, but says he's comforted by a certificate he received from the military, praising his son's performance as a soldier.
Уважаемый Ярослав Алексеевич, командование войсковой части выражает вам искреннюю благодарность за воспитание вашего сына Олега Ярославовича. Добросовестно исполняя свои служебные обязанности, является примером для своих сослуживцев. Вы должны гордиться своим сыном. Искренним уважением, командир части.
The longer Oleg's away, does it become easier or harder to cope with?
Тяжелее становится ожидание, то, что вот этого встречи, да, хотя там, конечно, это, так сказать, бывают разные случаи. Всегда вот молюсь, прошу Бога, чтобы это все закончилось, чтобы вернулся домой живой, здоровый, невредимый, и чтобы занялся своим мирным трудом. То есть.
Do you think other Russians fully understand the sacrifice you and your son have made for the country?
Это идет, это, так сказать, долг гражданина Российской Федерации защищать свою страну. И постоянно Путин это обращает внимание, чтобы это защита. Конечно, это, если мы здесь в Москве находимся, как-то это немножко это, не воспринимается. Вот.
So you have a strong sense that the president does care about the mobilized, does care about families like yours?
Я лично с ним не общался. То, что я вижу по телевизору, и я думаю и верю президенту, потому что от него вранья не может быть, потому что он ответственный человек. Так что будем надеяться на лучшее, чтобы все это, сказать, все, чтобы побыстрее закончилось, чтобы это...
When you have a family member on the front line, you have to believe, in order to keep your sanity, that it all has meaning. I think you have almost no choice but to try to get yourself into believing that it has some sort of meaning, some sort of importance, that there is a sort of mission about it all.
While families have to keep believing in the cause, Videos circulating online reportedly show soldiers growing increasingly frustrated on the front lines.
Неподготовленные позиции, не разминированные, с пьяным командиром роты.
Yuri, not his real name, has spent weeks recovering in this Moscow military hospital after he was wounded while fighting in Ukraine. He was hit by shrapnel in the leg and suffered a head injury, which has left him with a stutter.
Здесь уже два месяца. Ну, здесь никаких вообще не лечат. Одними таблетками пичкают, и ВВК ни терапии, ни капель, ни уколов. Скотская просто. Вы все годные, вы поедете обратно на передок.
Yuri describes himself as a patriot and has fought for Russia in Georgia and Syria. But his experience in Ukraine has left him disillusioned.
Конечно, сплошная ложь. Столько деревень брали, фронт продвигали, столько убитых, раненых вытаскивали. И так все бездарно сдать. Я в шоке просто. Столько ребят убили. Первые дни войны, когда мы заходили с самого начала, когда спецоперация началась, они 1500 ребят за раз положили. Можете представить? Никто в бой не включил. Приезжаем с задач, все пьяные, а они по подвалам прячутся, командуют со составом личным, со своим. И плюнули мне в душу на меня, размазали. И после этого хотят, чтобы я встал по стойке смиренно, сказал, так точно, я пойду обратно на войну. Нет, я больше не хочу.
Are you going to go back to the conflict?
После такого, что со мной случилось, нет уже патриотизма, нету. Служу России, чести, понимаете, просто уже нету.
Could they force you to?
Будут заставлять, конечно. Но люди-то не знают правду, сколько погибло. На самом деле очень много, сколько в плену у нас, сколько брошенных без вести пропавших. Думаю, да, это повлияет. И генералы себе миллиарды зарабатывают. Героев получают, а ребята приходят раненые, контуженные, калеки, и от государства ничего не получают. Конечно, что-то будет, какая-то огласка. Подымутся все, я думаю, будет по-любому что-то.
Anger at the Russian army isn't just among the rank and file.
Now to that major development in the war in Ukraine. Trouble brewing within the Russian ranks.
Yevgeny Prigozhin, head of the Wagner Group, a faction of mercenaries within the Russian military, repeatedly and publicly called out the army's leadership.
Где боеприпасы? Посмотрите на них!
Criticism escalated into open rebellion when in June this year, his forces seized the city of Rostov and threatened a march on the Russian capital. While he quickly backed down, his bravado came at a cost. Within 2 months, he was dead, killed when his private jet was downed in what many believe was an assassination ordered by the Kremlin.
You have silenced all the liberal and anti-war voices, but now you have people which have remained militarists but have ceased to be loyalists. This is actually, I think, the most important thing happening in Russian public opinion is the divergence of those two groups that used to be one in the beginning of the war. People who are pro-Putin and people who are pro-war are no longer one and the same group.
A war is a reproductive mechanism for violence. Violence has become the central pillar of Russia as a state. Violence has been heroicized. Violence has been validated by this war. However this war ends, that violence will not dissipate anytime soon.
Так, надо еще кофеечек сварить. Катюха, у тебя есть кофе еще?
Да, можешь взять.
Угу.
Теперь осталось дождаться от СИЗО, будет свадьба или нет.
Today, Alexandra is preparing to marry Artyom. But organising a wedding through the Russian prison system is proving difficult, and Alexandra still doesn't know if the ceremony will be allowed to go ahead.
Потому что очень хотелось все-таки заключить этот брак, чтобы я в итоге потом смогла нормально ходить на свидание, как раз-таки, когда дело в суд пойдет, потому что судья будет давать только близким родственникам разрешение. Ну и чтобы там, если будет колония, как мы понимаем. А что будет у нас, я даже боюсь представить. Я не могу вообще. С верой и надеждой, что кого-то отпустят, вообще никого нет. 2 месяца, 2 или 3 месяца я вообще...
Ты смеешься, надеюсь, не плачешь? Плачешь? Где истерика?
Который, получается, привел Артема. Как бы я увидела Артема, сразу кинулась его обнимать. Нас никто не останавливал. И после этого, собственно, дали еще минут 5-10 около того постоять. Ну, кажется, будто это вообще мгновение было всего лишь. И потом Артема нас повели, и потом Артема увели.
You see those tyrannical sentences handed out to people. You see intimidation.
Мы с Артемом окольцованы не только этой системой, но и чувствами в целом, потому что сейчас мы увидели друг друга и поняли, насколько сильно мы друг друга любим. Незабываемо.
Yes, there is crippling repression and fear, but there is also encouraging signs.
Huh? The baby koi.
computer hasn't crashed once. Gotta change the single account. Change this first. Didn't go haywire. Sensitivity so low on this account. But yet. Shit. Many matches play. Like at least. Ooh.
What really happened behind this fence may never be known. Alexei Navalny, Russia's most vocal Kremlin critic and best-known opposition politician, died in the Polar Wolf prison camp, 60 kilometers north of the Arctic Circle. Now that Navalny's dead, Vladimir Putin no longer faces any meaningful political opposition in Russia. Putin's been in power for 24 years.
We've worked hard and achieved a lot.
Many of Putin's critics are dead, behind bars, or in exile, like Dmitry Gudkov. Does Navalny's death mean the end of the Russian opposition?
Let's roll. Watch out. These boys have got a bit of an arsenal and they don't mind using it.
Suicide.
Laying down smoke. Throwing a grenade. Flashbang.
One A long door. One suicide.
Let's show them who we are.
One long door. Two. Backing out. Two near long. One mid, dead. One more mid. Still mid. Bomb B. Bomb B. Door tunnel.
That was amazing. Come on, chop chop.
Suicide.
Throwing smoke. Grenade out. Grenade out. Deploying flashbang. Smoke. Throwing a grenade.
One high mid, one lower tunnel.
Throwing flashbang.
Short. Oh, mine.
Remember, this is bandit country. Shoot everything that moves. Throwing fire.
One came out.
Deploying flashbang.
One's outside. One's in short. Side and short.
Terrorists win.
Half HP.
Throwing flashbang.
A site.
Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win. Deploying flashbang.
One inside B. Already taking B. Short dropping.
Bomb has been planted.
One's at middle. Left side.
Throwing flashbang. Deploying flashbang.
Good shit.
I'm defusing the bomb.
We ask a one-time Duma deputy, now one of the Kremlin's fiercest critics.
We should be more angry. We should have more rage to fight against this corrupt and criminal regime.
Move it, move it. Grenade out.
Here B.
Incendiary.
I'm mid.
Flashbang. Grenade out. Flashbang. Throwing fire. Throwing smoke.
One A long.
Deploying flashbang. Counter-terrorists win.
Real good. Oh, that's real good.
Oh my god, this option is so bad.
Let's go.
Go side.
Incendiary out. Grenade. Throwing flashbang.
Grenade.
Smoke.
Flashbang.
One high mid. One high mid, one long. 4 flashes long.
Deploying flashbang. Throwing a grenade.
One high mid.
Laying down smoke.
Mid.
Flashbang.
Grenade out.
Too long. One more.
Laying down a smoke.
One's crossing long. Ramp. Too long, too long, too long. Last too long.
Deploying
Hunting.
flashbang. Throwing fire. Bomb has been planted. Regime, because we have no choice. The regime, when it kills its opponent, it means that the regime is too weak.
His wife Yulia has made the surprise announcement that she will continue her husband's work from exile.
Oh, bugger it.
Terrorists win.
Let's go. Incendiary.
Lower tunnel dead.
Smoke.
Flash it long. One high mid, one long. Inside pit, last pit, last pit.
Guys, move.
Last guy pit.
Throwing flashbang.
No need to fight. We have bomb. Don't fight, don't fight.
Hey, that was great.
Counter-terrorists win.
Nice. Go, go, go. Throwing fire.
Right side.
Throwing smoke. Throwing a grenade.
Grenade out.
Decoys out.
Upper seems clear. All near A. Mid and A. 1A long door.
Throwing fire.
One's coming down mid.
Deploying flashbang.
Cat. Care B. Care B. Bomb is spotted short. Reloading.
Counter-terrorists win.
That's a piece of cake, so it is. They're gonna wish they were never born.
Go side.
Smoke. Flashbang. Grenade out. Throwing smoke.
Bombs on mid. Here, lower tunnel. One upper. Going out B. Shit.
Well, that's the clear, lads. Guys, I tell you, we kill them all.
Man, what is this cum dumpster doing?
Oh, looking pretty good.
Let's go, my brother. Flashback.
One middle. Mid's open. Last guy's middle.
Terrorists win.
Oh, that's not bad.
I've planted the bomb. We must win. Smoke! I'm throwing a flashback.
Pushing middle. Pushing middle.
Moment to check this out.
Middle. Cat. Cat. Cat.
Terrorists win. We will stop your little scout. Let's go, let's go. Throw in smoke. Throw in the flashbang. Throw in the flashbang.
Blind.
Grenade out.
One scar. One scar.
Throwing smoke shield.
Smoke. Grenade. Throwing fire.
Exile. In a speech in the EU Parliament, she attacked President Putin personally and blamed him for her heart.
You are not dealing with a politician, but with a bloody monster.
Julia is a clever, charismatic, and strong woman. Perhaps that's exactly what Russia needs now to structure the opposition. Female voices of protest.
Структурообразующей силы, женский протест.
Come on, let's go. Flashbang. Throw in smoke.
Pit.
Grenade out. I'm throwing fire.
Hui, that's spicy. Two middle. Last two middle. Near short.
I'm planted. Bomb has been planted.
It won't be easy. Mourners from all over Russia risked arrest to pay their last respects to Navalny. President Putin is very popular with most Russians. The Russian economy has not collapsed despite Western sanctions.
Da, suka. No collapso.
No more talking. Now we fight. Throw in the flashbang.
One short.
I'm throwing the flashbang.
One there. They're upper tunnel.
Flashbang. Smoke.
One CT.
Grenade out. Terrorists win.
Feels bad, bro. Uh-oh. Crash. Oh, the stream is still on. What the fuck is this?
We must move.
Oh, wow.
Throw in the flashbang.
Flashbang!
I'm throwing
Oh,
the
my
flashbang.
PC crashed. One lower tunnel.
Throwing smoke.
Flashbang.
Throwing a Molotov.
Here short. Backstabbing A long.
Flashbang.
God fucking damn. All one taps.
Planted.
Too short.
Bomb has been planted. I'm throwing a grenade.
Oh, get back! Get back! Ah, very nice.
This is our fight. I'm throwing a flashbang.
to mid. Mid door.
Terrorists win.
Oh, this is fun.
Throwing a flashbang.
Let's move. Throwing the flash.
Mid door scout. Near lower tunnel. One's pushing middle. Never mind.
Throwing fire. I'm throwing a flashbang. Counter-terrorists win. Let's call my brothers. Throwing a flashbang.
One might push that smoke.
I'm throwing a flashbang.
One's holding mid door. Op. Still opping mid door. I'll flash you out.
Counter-terrorists win. We must work together.
One short.
Throwing smoke.
I'll take bomb here. Stay alive. I'll plan for A. Planting for long.
Bomb has been planted. Throwing a flashbang.
Both middle.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists Forward. Flashbang.
One A long, one mid.
Flashbang.
He smoked off A long door.
Grenade. Flashbang grenade. Throwing smoke. I'm throwing a flashbang. Smoke! I'm throwing a grenade. Smoke!
One on site. One more long, one more long. One more long.
Throwing a flashbang. Planted. Throwing a flashbang.
Long. Near elevator. Damn, dog. This biatch is going crazy. Going full nuclear.
This is what we have been working for. Throwing smoke. Flashbang.
Throwing flashbang.
2B.
Throwing a flashbang. I'm throwing a flashbang.
Smoking.
God damn it, timing, bro. Feels bad.
Moscow's metropolis sparkles as if the war had never happened.
We're enabling the stable development of our society and the prosperity of our citizens.
But once you leave the metropolis, the sparkle vanishes. In many places, Russia's infrastructure is dilapidated, dating back to Soviet times. This winter, pipes burst in several large cities, leaving thousands of Russians freezing in their homes.
We're sitting here without heating and don't know what to do next. The children haven't had a hot meal for ages.
There's scalding hot water everywhere. You can't get past. The health center patients can't get through. Some have already burnt their feet. But these days, hardly anyone dares to openly voice their grievances, let alone to publicly protest against Putin's war in Ukraine. Most people choose not to risk a 10-year prison sentence on grounds of discrediting the military. And many believe Putin's propaganda. He claims that in the so-called special military operation, Russia is defending its independence against NATO.
The most important thing uniting us is the fate of our country and our deep understanding of this crucial milestone in Russian history and of the great goals that our society is striving for.
Despite the mobilization of young men and the fallen soldiers, many Russians are still behind Moscow's war plans.
The majority is behind Putin. 80% support his plans. But there are still 20% who disagree. That would be 20 million or even more who oppose the war.
Like these women, determined to retrieve their men from the front, they've been demonstrating for several weeks in front of Red Square, laying flowers at the grave of the unknown soldier, not as a ritual, but in protest.
It's war. People are dying, simple civilians. Men who were called up as part of the mobilization. We can't pretend that they're not dying there.
And this winter, they queued for hours in the cold to cast their vote for the only presidential candidate to publicly criticize the war, Boris Nadezhdin. He needed at least 100,000 signatures to get on the ballot. He got even more, but was disqualified. The election commission claimed there were irregularities in the signatures. All other candidates are considered loyal to the Kremlin. Some are completely unknown to the voters. And that is exactly what President Putin is counting on, says opposition politician Gudkov.
He can be very strong in comparison with, like, no names. But in case of, like, a real competition, I think that Putin would lose.
But real competition is non-existent. And for many, any dreams of reform have died with Alexei Navalny.
그만들 좀 하지. 새우 몇 마리 올려놓고 쉬림프 피자라고 하는 거. Hey Fred, 맛 좀 보여.
And with another set of Trump primary victories, the
I have an inside guy who provides me a fresh supply of brand new 2023 men's fragrances. Here are some of the biggest releases that have come out. Lacoste Blanc Eau Intense. I really like the original. It's a great summertime fragrance that's long lasting. This smells very different to the original and I don't particularly like it. It's a very strange flanker that I didn't expect. I don't recommend it. YSL's Y EDP Intense. The original Y EDP is a great fresh fragrance. This new flanker, I think, is actually pretty good. It's a more smooth take on the DNA, similar longevity, but it's not going to be as loud. But I think it's a good choice. You can still go for either, in my opinion. And finally, Thomas Fordigan's Grey Vetiver Parfum. The original Grey Vetiver is one of the best.
Oh Lord, how shall I make a video? The Lord says, just fucking make it. Sorry, he's right. Just do it, like some bastards once said. I don't know if they even said it. Are any companies not owned by this organization? I think a great way to bring down the controllers is to stop. Are any companies not owned by this organization? I think a great way to bring down the controllers is to stop spending, stop participating. But that's not what this video is about. Thanks for being here, and welcome. I want to start out with an Emily Suzanne video. It's still not what the video's about, but I think it's a great place to start. She did some boots on the ground at a cement kiln, the Copley, Pennsylvania cement kilns. Cement, lime, coke, whatever they want to call these kilns. Ovens, essentially. Ovens, let's be clear. Old-ass ovens. Sir, I've asked you to build an oven. What is this? Oh, sorry, I thought I would build some castles. Some castle ovens. Well, it's a little more than we need, but they are beautiful. So yeah, I've never seen these ovens. I've never even seen an oven like this before. It was one thing to see 200 domes out in the middle of the desert, Utah, just poking out of the mud, but this? How could you even call these ovens? And whatever they are, built from 1892 to 1893. Whatever. Again, I could live in one of these, and so could you. If you were just thinking about the necessities of life, they look more like lighthouses. I just don't know what they look like, actually. They don't look like anything I've seen, and they certainly don't look like ovens. They've clearly been patched up many times. A lot of these archways have been bricked up, and there's so much stuff we can focus on. I mean, in this field of research, there's the notion that they were built in a year, first of all. Even one would be impressive to build in a year, but 8 or 9? Then there's the condition of the brick. So much going on, so many different stages and damage. We see trees sprouting out of the top of the tower, all over really. And again, Emily Suzanne visited this firsthand, telling us all the details of the history of these kilns, built in 1 year. The kilns were said to be constructed from local brick and are known as chauffeur vertical kilns. Chauffeur, if you chauffe something in French, you're heating it, chauffer. They were shut down in 1904, according to history. So built in a year, shut down after 11 years. Then they were donated to Lee County in 1975. Big gap there. Big gap. 75 years later, oh, what should we do with these? Come on, just donate them. And they created a cement industry museum out of them. And in 1980 was finally appreciated and added to the National Register of Historic Places. It's completely backwards. So here we go. Of course I know nothing, but I have no shame in asking questions. Were these really built in 1 year? Were they really ever intended to be cement-making ovens? Are we even seeing the whole structure? Or is this just the top? And clearly see more goes down underground. And lastly, what the hell happened to this brick? I mean, this brick is turning into sandstone, so cooked, and just in random places, not even around where the heat should be. And it might be a good case to study melted brick. The in-between stage is where we can discover the most. In between brick and rock. But I'm not going to use this as an example. I just wanted to share this place with you. Let me know if you've seen any structures that look like this anywhere in the world, or ovens. In the center of our realm, to the north, wherever you are, there is said to be a black rock, a magnetic black rock, so strong that it will rip nails out of wooden ships that approach. It is quite possible that this landmass in the north is where we come from. Here I was watching another video by a Catherine Gregory, I think that's her name, forgive me, and these Native American ruins. The Native Americans will tell you they didn't build these structures. They're from a past people, that's all there is to it. They'll tell you. Some call them the Anasazi, just the old people. The Navajo say that these people were kind of evil, or had been corrupted, similar to our culture today. And here's a picture I screenshotted from our melted reality, and he does a great job of finding bricks that are turning to stone, just that in-between sweet spot I'm talking about. Here's one example, here's another example. Here you can see the brick lines, brick line, now fused into a blob, just like bread. Just like rolls. And of course the melted mountain in San Francisco shows this as well. One more quick look. The bricks sandwich into the mountain. I mean, it becomes clear, right? Unless you're unwilling to really consider what you're seeing here. Recently I will have shared this lime kiln, or what's left of it, in Nevada, this little fence around it. And this really got me interested again in my backyard. I think wherever we live, we get kind of jaded and everything becomes ordinary. We see things like this in nature. And I decided to go down south to a national park. The national park is called Arches, and I'm going to show you what I experienced here. And I wasn't looking for arches. I was looking for evidence, and we'll have a look at that now. So I'm concerned with the various stages again. This condition, for example, is actually in great condition. Why? Because we have these pockets of preservation or survival. Here we see a window, here one behind the arch, porch, a shelf, which I'll show you Chief and I walking along, a nice big sidewalk, much larger than this one. But we see the blockage. We even see the hue of red brick. We see the brick lines back here. And the more it's heated, the more it fuses and goes blob, turns into what we call rock mountain. This is an example that I look forward to exploring very soon, very, very soon. This is in New Mexico, Bandelier National Monument. And here again, this is in really good shape because we still see windows, we still have inner cavities you can explore, and not something, in my opinion, that was carved by Native Americans. This is not carvable, not with primitive tools. A lot to say about this picture, but I'll move on to Sodom and Gomorrah in the Holy Land, and this is where it gets interesting. This really resembling the southwest of North America, very Utah, and really everywhere. The Badlands, this can be found all throughout the realm. Examples like this. The difference is we have a biblical story that this was a city of Sodom and Gomorrah. Again, like the Native Americans speak of their ancestors or predecessors, the Anasazi, being evil and worldly, and essentially wiping themselves out through wars. We have the same thing happening here, except we're told God wipes out this city because they were so evil and whatever. But we have a story. We have a story that this was a city. That's my point. And you can really see the city, especially as a student of meltology. You begin to see the towers, the building just brought down, cooked, and out here turned into powder. Really, this is a bad example, except we have the story. And this is a great example in Turkey. Turkey has a lot of good examples. And here we can see something very advanced at one point, now turned into a blobous rocky mountain, spilling over the corner of this once what must have been a beautiful building. And again, Sodom and Gomorrah. Now, some of the best examples can be found in Petra, in Jordan. Here we can see the same thing. section, 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 cooked out, almost having a Native American feel, similar to what we saw at Bandelier National Monument, but much more preserved. All of this above will have been the same thing, but this was all spared. We see it continues, and again we're told this is primitive, very similar to the Native American story, that natives carved this, in this case goat herders, only to abandon it. But when you have eyes to see, you realize that this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, perhaps 6-story building, and that's just what we see, in worse condition at the top. And now we're going to look at some Utah, and we're going to see these same sections, but in really bad condition. Perhaps before I get into it, I should read you the story on how all these formations were created. Again, I'm proposing that all of these were structures that have been turned into this blobous state through an extreme cataclysmic event, perhaps within an hour. But I wanted to show you what history or mainstream geology has to say about this. So here we go. Let's just look at this picture before we even read any of their BS. Here we go. How do these arches form in Utah? This is going to be their explanation. And look at how we start out with example number 1. So that's it. And the truth is, yes. I mean, they're not going to say it's the truth, but yes. Right at the beginning, we do see blockage, formations, square and intelligent. So they tell us the park sits on an underground salt bed, and it's responsible for all this. Thousands of feet thick, the salt was deposited 300 million years ago. Just stupid. When the sea flowed into the region and eventually evaporated. Over millions of more years, from floods, winds, debris was compressed as rock, a mile thick on top of the salt. So this doesn't even make sense. The debris was compressed from the water. Why didn't it just compress in a big chunk? Why these perfect blocks? Well, they need these perfect blocks to fit with their story as to how water is going to get in here and shape it like a piece of clay. And whatever, you can read this. It makes me sick, but here it is. And I should start at the beginning, but I just want to show you one little example. Does this look like it took millions of years, or does this look like it just got hot and melted like putty? It seems pretty clear that this is melted. This has nothing to do with the story they're telling us. This is what my eggs look like after I go collect them. Pretty muddy. Here we could see what I think some people would call cart ruts all over. And my impressions of this park was kind of a mixed basket. In one way, it was also beautiful, and I was seeing it as a tourist. And in another sense, I was seeing it as a graveyard. The same things we see in Turkey, but again in worse condition. The separate sections have been heated, so much more so than in Turkey that it's almost unrecognizable. However, lots of areas in this park are off limits, and I could see evidence of caves and what look like windows. Even here, window, 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 just completely pancaked. Again, a row of windows above it, even in worse condition. But yet we can access a lot of this, if we were allowed. And just like we see in Jordan, in Petra, the top is in worse condition than the middle. And oftentimes the bottom is in really rough condition too. Here at Arches National Park, we see the blockage on the bottom third still being in pretty good shape. As you can see a little bit of here and here as well. You see the bottom has stayed block, but up top here has fused into solid block. Still seeing the lines, the windows that have now become little slits. Still seeing grand archways that have filled in with hot melted debris. And I think to most people this would be unrecognizable. And I think that's why they made it a park. again making other parts off limits. And if it is recognizable, again, they'll put a little wooden ladder next to one of the window openings and tell us it's Native American. They do it all the time. The evidence is all around us. But if you package a story and claim to be an expert, the brain kind of shuts down, at least at first. And we see the difference, sometimes red blobs and sometimes pure white ones, as we see here. And here again, structures. It's similar to the Grand Canyon, the way they want to tell us that water, similar to this place, that water essentially washed this rock away to make these shapes. But I want you to look at this arch here. Look at how square this is. This is not the result of millions of years of water slowly, softly wearing away at the grains of sand. No. This is all sharp, and same with the Grand Canyon. Look at the direction the water flows, and then look at those canyon walls. They're not smooth and soft, and it's the same with this place. And see, I'm just reviewing this photo now for the first time, and I realize there's a little access here. So you can see most of the windows have blobbed over, and we have a little opening. This was the Devil's Garden Campground. There's also a beautiful Devil's Garden in Colorado. Here you can see the moon. And I woke up super early, which is perfect. This is the best hour, similar to sunset, for shooting pictures. And it's just a really sacred time in general. Chief and I walked out on this ridge, way out here. And he knew how early it was. He was like, what are we doing up here? But it was really interesting to get this perspective. Somebody recently proposed that our feelings are an action, that we are making our feelings and not a victim of them. And I get this. There was a point where perhaps I had overly mourned, and I began to realize it was affecting my health, possibly those around me. I feel like this, I feel like that. It is you doing. And as difficult as it is to accept, it is something that we're in control of. I found these trips, a trip anywhere, even to a truck stop, brought joy to my soul. It always has. And so I've decided to begin taking more trips. This was just one of many. I want to thank my Patreons. I thank you if you've watched this far. I think I've said a lot, and in all fairness, I'll end with the mainstream narrative that I skipped over very dismissively. As always, I don't know. These are just my thoughts, and if I knew everything, I might have nothing to say. So they begin. Water and ice, extreme temperatures, and underground salt movement are responsible for the sculpted rock scenery of Arches National Park. On clear blue sky days, it's difficult to imagine such violent forces, or the 100 million years of erosion that created this land, boasting one of the world's greatest densities of natural arches. Over 2,000 catalogued arches range in size from a 3-foot opening to the longest, measuring 306 feet base to base. Towering spires, pinnacles, and balanced rocks perched atop seemingly inadequate bases vie with the arches as scenic spectacles. Sorry, I think this is poorly written. New features are being formed as old ones are destroyed. Erosion and weathering work slowly but relentlessly, creating dynamic landforms that gradually change through time. Change sometimes occurs more dramatically. In 1991, a rock slab 60 feet long, 11 feet wide, and 4 feet thick fell from the underside of Landscape Arch, leaving behind an even thinner ribbon of rock. Archaic people and later ancestral Puebloan, Fremont, and Utes searched the arid desert for animals and wild plants for food and stone for tools and weapons. Some of their pictographs and petroglyph panels remain today. Hopi, Paiute, Navajo, Ute, and Zuni people remain connected to this landscape. I didn't see one native, probably